G'day, you good unts. How yous doing? Gamer getting his first back. There's some weird stuff that keeps happening with my overlay. I don't know why. Like for some reason it keeps forgetting that it should be running at full power. It slows down and stuff. Makes no sense. No idea why. But that's not anything we need to worry about right now. That's a tonight problem when we start doing overlay work. Right now, I'm just remapping your inputs. So we all know a proper game should have input remapping. Yeah. I've not had any coffee yet either. So this will be very interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's see. Ooh, Escamina thinks they're first. I don't think so. I don't think so. Seems like a lie to me. Foist. That's the correct way to get first. How you doing, Cam? G'day. Just got a few more things I need to finish setting up here. Once. G'day, you get on. Oh, I hope you're having a fantastic morning, / day, / evening, / wherever the hell you are. Alright. Let's start this with some daily Akari. That's not going to be correct. Because now I can't get you. I need to restart. I need to restart it. Weak sauce, Cam. Oh, what are you doing to me? Come on. That's just rude. I can't get that one. That's okay. No, I can't get that one. And this one's a medium. What? Turns out the hottest sauce I have right now is 7,000 Scoville units. Is that all? Jeez. Sounds like weak sauce if I've ever heard it. Shit. Oh my god, I don't know. I don't know. I'm stopping that. Fine, I'll have a weak sauce, King. So the hottest sauce you've got is a weak sauce. What hot sauce is it? What up, Jaeger? How you doing? Cloudflare crashed whilst I was at work. That was fun. Well, that sounds very, very bad. I think that's one thing I'm going to do if I do get a job again. Is when it comes to getting that type of stuff set up, I'm just going to point out how many times these large companies fail and cause issues and be like, maybe we should go a smaller company. You know, one of the ones that's not the giant popular one that takes down every website when it goes down. Yeah. Here's the sauce. Hot sauce to wake me up. There we go. How you doing, Hadouken? I'll wave like a crazy person back at you. How is Sweden today? Whew, hot. All right. Ooh. That's still burning. Because there's no actual dairy in this, it's just oat milk. Oh. Ah, that's better. That's much better. This is interesting. G'day, Pax. How are you doing? So... icon. Yo. Action text. Icon texture. Icon. All deferred. All right. Has anyone here rolled their own input remapping before? So let's close that. Leave that. Because this would be doing good. Glad you're back online. Hope Germany Godot Fest was awesome. It was. It was. We had some amazing schnitzel. There was one place recommended to us that we had to travel a bit to get to, but my god, it was worth it. It was so worth it. It's delicious. Delicious. However, I don't think I'm traveling that far in a very long time. G'day, Fanny Slam. How you doing? It's too much. Let's see, interact. Working an hour, gotta eat breakfast. Yep, that's fair. That is fair. How can I name this? Working an hour, gotta eat breakfast? Ooh, that doesn't sound fun. I just had some Nutri-Grain and Fruit Loops for breakfast. Yep. Now I'm having a coffee. It was a very good breakfast. I love breakfast in my work. I had Nutri-Grain last week. Now I'm eating just right. I'm glad to hear you're eating just right, but what food are you having? Gotcha. Bye, Fanny. Oh. Hydrate? Sure thing. I'm trying to figure out what to name these interactions. Because I've got interact, primary interact, and secondary interact. But I feel like having... a, like, there's no way to properly describe it. Harold. Interact will be called Harold. Okay, cool. Like, there's no way to properly identify which one is which. Because special primary would be like rotating counterclockwise. And it's also... I think it's also opening a box, or... I don't know. Actually. We're gonna do that. And go interact primary. So see how it doesn't make sense from a UI perspective? It's like interact and primary interact. What is that doing? Then we do this again. We go secondary. Secondary interact. What up, Gamian? But what isn't it doing? I don't know. How you doing, Gamian? There's the button. And is there... Run. Primary special and secondary special. Like, what does this mean? Put out a press release for my beta. The first sentence in it had a grammatical error I missed, but the rest is alright. Oh no. Oh no. Can we see the press release under here? Is there something under any of this? The upcoming online multiplayer soccer brawler Field of Heroes has taken the field in closed beta. They're using your name as a... Yeah. I'm my own worst enemy when it comes to marketing. Aren't we all? Has launched its closed beta playtest of their upcoming soccer brawler Field of Heroes for the PC. That's running through at least the end of 25. What's the... Hang on. Are we talking like here? Here there's a spelling error? Or a grammatical error? Or are we talking here? Gamians has. That's what I was thinking. However... I mean, actually, no, because it's an apostrophe, so it shouldn't have the apostrophe. That's a good point. Well, that's the thing, Gamian, because it's not really talking about you as a person. It's talking about you as a developer. How you doing, Polymetron? How have you been? So they're saying the developer company name. Gamian. So I think if there was no apostrophe there, it'd be fine. But hey, doesn't matter. The important thing is you got something out there. Moving to Pop OS, so chilling while the system updates. You're the second person. You are the second person today, or in the last 2 days, to tell me that they're moving to Pop OS. How's dev life for a floating head? Relaxing. Relaxing. Wait, are developers not considered persons? They are Escamina, but when you're talking about a development studio, especially like Gamian is the username for Gamian, but Gamian Inc. is the name of the company. So you can use Gamian to refer to the developer or the developer. Yeah, see what I mean? I need to... What can I rename these interactions to? I see Pop being the thing Windows users will mostly switch to, and where Steam does a desktop. I liked Mint, but it's probably better as an Ubuntu replacement. Have you not heard about the Steam hardware that's being released? Have you not heard about the Steam machine? I mean, it can also be used as a standard PC. Like, see? This person's coding and they've got Blender open. It's like, you can use it for standard PC stuff. It's all the exact same hardware as you get in your PC. Your grandma not buying a black box. Grandma's also not going to be using Linux though. So that's not really... Like that doesn't really get factored into it. We're talking about people that would switch over to Linux from Windows. You know? It's like saying, yeah, businesses aren't going to use a black box though. It's like, yeah, but businesses aren't the ones switching over to Linux. So what are these interactions? They will if it's pre-installed. I'm looking at it as an environment for embedding, not for devs to switch. But that's the thing, Polly. They won't if it's pre-installed. And that's primarily because You can get business laptops and such with Linux already installed. But guess what? Businesses don't use those things. Businesses don't use them because they lose a bit of control by using Linux. It's harder for them to lock stuff down. Whereas with Windows 10, they can lock stuff down a lot easier and also monitor things a lot easier. I like Mint. Also, I still have Windows 10 and it got 2 security updates since Microsoft said they would stop updating it. Yeah. Yeah. Windows... Like, Microsoft isn't very good when it comes to sunsetting products. We'll just say that. Not looking at businesses or developers. I know, Polly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The Steam machine is for people that are not businesses or developers. But you can use the Steam machine as a regular PC to browse the web. Or to create text files, or to send emails. You can use it as a regular PC. That's what I'm saying. Average person is not replacing their laptop with that. You said... Yeah, you said, I quote, yeah, I see Pop being the thing Windows users will mostly switch to unless Steam does a desktop. End quote. You literally said desktop. You didn't say laptop. Why are we now talking about laptops? Making games on the actual machine the game is supposed to run on. I know, Hadouken, and who would think? You can also use PlayStation 5 for that, since you can plug mouse and keyboard. That's true. That's true. You can code in PS5 using code spaces for GitHub. That's very true. Yep. And the Steam Desktop Window Manager. The start button is replaced with the Steam icon. Hell yes. Hell yes. Alright, so. What are we renaming these 4 things to? I reckon this can remain as interact. As long as I can run GNOME, I'm happy with it. I meant the OS that can be loaded onto normal machines. You're getting caught up in the syntax, but let's agree to disagree. I'm not getting caught up in the syntax. I'm getting caught up in the exact words you used. You didn't say PC. You literally said desktop. How am I supposed to know that you meant PC when you said desktop? Oh. Alright, so interact. Interact primary, secondary, special primary, special secondary. These 4 need to be called something different. But what? Let me have a look. Let's go into Game UI database. I need to find a shop sim that actually has this type of stuff. What up, Insu? We still on inputs? What did you eventually go with? We're remapping them at the moment. I'm setting up the UI to allow people to remap them. I'm just trying to figure out what to rename things to so that in the UI, when the user is changing the inputs, I can actually communicate which one is which. Yeah. What up, Garkin? How you doing? A 10 stream streak. I just keep streaking in your chat. I can't help it. That's perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine with you streaking in my chat. Because, yeah, Insu, we have interact primary, interact secondary, special primary, special secondary, and interact. I can't just put those 5 things into the UI and expect the user to understand which one is which. So that's the thing we need to figure out now. Yeah. What up, Jaeger? A 20 stream streak. How much of a pain is the input remap process? It depends on how complicated you want it to be. So it's pretty straightforward for my stuff because we don't have like dozens of inputs. So like Call of Duty, you've got like all your different weapons, you've got toggling between different types of fire modes, you've got throwing stuff, like throwing knives, throwing grenades, crouching, sliding, knifing, shooting. And all of these things are generally mapped to a different key. And then you've got your jump, your sprint, your weapon selection, which would be like 1, 2, 3, or mouse wheel. You've got right click to zoom or aim. Whereas ours is a lot more simplified compared to that. There's nothing in here that's really... It's a genre. Let's see. There's Job Simulator, but I think that's just picking up a bunch of stuff, right? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out because this doesn't have input remapping. TCG does not have input remapping. I don't think this has input remapping. I doubt this has input remapping. Open your own bookshop. So is there input remapping though? It's 9:30. What are you doing here? It's 7:30. Thank you very much. 7:30. Let's go to the community hub. I want to see if there's... No. Community hub. Why are you streaming this early? It's this thing called daylight savings, Tricky. Let's remap those. Out of curiosity, how'd you like to get around without a controller or was? How would you like to get around without a controller or was? Well, because they're remapping was. Like, so they can remap it to the arrow keys and use was for other stuff. Jeez. Jesus. How was Munich, by the way? Munich was good, Insu. Munich was fun. Use an MMORPG gaming mouse with side buttons 1 through 12, 4 rows of 3 buttons. In games, I've remapped was to these to walk around and other actions normally done by the left hand. Basically, in first-person games, I walk with my right thumb and look with my right hand. That's fair. Did you get to try any food? We got to try a lot of food. We had a bunch of different schnitzels. We had some different pretzels. We actually got a proper Bayern schnitzel, which was very, very delicious. Probably the best schnitzel I've ever had. Hey, it was so good. It was such a good schnitzel. So yeah, this doesn't seem to have key remapping. This doesn't have key remapping. They're famous for that, I know, right? And in Munich, I am famous for my mustache. As I was walking around, as we were walking around, people would like. There were 3 times when we were walking around Munich that a random person came up to me and wanted to take my photo. Like they wanted to take like a selfie with me because of my mustache. And there was another time we went to Breaking Bar. We went to this place, which very, very good bar. Call Soul Breaking Bar. It was a very good place, very cool place, very nice drinks and whatnot. And the guy that like took our order and stuff, he had a good mustache. He had a good mustache. But it wasn't my mustache. And he was like, "Can we take a photo?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." It was very funny. It was very, very funny. To be fair, your beard makes you look a little bit like a former colleague of mine, and he's also famous for his beard in the area. Yeah, see? See? Alright, so doesn't seem like any of the big shop sims have input remapping. So how do I name these? Game recognizes game. You know it. You know it. This is going to be the hardest part of the day. Trying to figure out what to rename this stuff. Because they are literally just like different interacts. What if I just change it to like interact 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah? Interact 1, interact 2, interact 3. Interact 4. Interact 5. What if we just do that? What else? What else? Let's have a look. Collect Bobble. Now this stuff I need to change into... Well, I need to add it to our localization list as well. Collect Bobble. Bobblehead. What's going on, Sammy? G'day, you good dunce. Tablets. Okay. So that's all the input remapping that we need. It's just that. I'm contemplating letting movement, letting WASD be remapped. Walk forward. Walk backward. Walk left. Walk right. I think this will work. Forward, backward, left, right. But the thing is, this is going to become a nightmare. Because we could change, like we could allow them to change the analog sticks. Maybe not the right analog stick. Maybe we don't allow them to change the right analog stick. Maybe. Maybe. Because if we let them remap the left analog stick away from movement and the right analog stick away from looking around, I suppose it's just like let them choose whatever they want. You know? Let them remap whatever they feel like. Even if it breaks things for them and then they have to like reset to default. So let's go into this. I think it was up here. Get rid of that. And just let it all through. Let it all through. And then we'll need a common function. We'll need a common function that handles this. So we can go static function, input icon path, get input icon path, event, input event. Let's take this stuff. We need to take that. And we can return that. Device name map. I think that's the only place that it's used. We can get rid of that. We can pop it under here. Then back under here, we have this go. Format. What up, Bucky? How you doing, you dunce? Get input icon path. Bent front. There we go. Looks nice. And then, what do we need after that? What is the next part? I guess if I'm gonna be doing this... I'm not gonna let them remap the look. That's always gonna stay what it is. Oops. Do this. Event is input event joypad motion. And event axis. Let's do this dot has. We go 3, 4. 3, 4 or 2, 3? I think it's 2, 3. 2, 3 are the axis of the right stick. Input event mouse button. Let's see. Go 4. We need to go into our input event from window with modifiers. Input event mouse. Okay. So we have input event mouse motion. But how do we get the mouse scroll? Let's see. Go for mouse wheel scroll. I know it's an axis, but I just don't know which one it is. Oh, really? Really? On Wear OS devices, rotary input is mapped to that. Okay. None, left, right, middle. Wheel up, wheel down. Okay. Okay, I see. Mouse button. There we go. So we've got walking, run, interact, and then we've got our 4 other interacts. We've got collect bobble, bobblehead, and tablet, which is all fine. It's all standard. I think we also want to handle is valid input key. Jeez. Damn kickbots. This would be ball. Return true. And is valid input key. We'll take event. Input event key. We go return event so the key code is a key. So we can go like key escape. No, because I want it to be A to Z, 0 to 9, arrow keys, Control Alt Shift. Those are the only things I want them to be able to remap things to. I don't think that's gonna be good. So if we go... Huh. Alright, we'll have to, I need to figure out how we're going to do that. How can we set up that input? We've got ads coming in. So, Alright, so we're looking at a single player, not third person, not platformer. The Division. Okay. Not sci-fi, not open world, not sandbox. Could be fantasy, stealth, and or historical. Tactical. Okay, it's isometric. Good to see. Good to see. So it's probably it's a fantasy game. Diablo 4? No. God, Diablo 4 was 2023? Oh my god, I feel like Diablo 4 was a lot longer ago. Oh my god. Oh my god. How is it only that? Alright, isometric, single player, probably RPG. Could be a hack and slash. Actually, let's go Tunic just to... Alright, so it is a fantasy. 2021 single player fantasy isometric. I do not know. Single player fantasy 2021 isometric. How I wish it was Magicka. It's not, but I wish it was. How I wish it was too. Baldur's Gate was 2023. Oh my god. What is this? Why can I not think of any isometric games from 2021? It's not a Total War. You stuck too, gamer? Probably a JRPG. Could be. Single player's getting me. I know, right? Could it be Hades? No, Hades 1 was released in the 2010s. Hades 2 did have like an early access. Was the early access as far back as 2021 though? No, it wasn't. Shit. It's not a Little Nightmares. When was Binding of Isaac? I mean, I don't think it is that, but I've got no other guesses. I love how it says C++ for the engine in Hades. I know, right? It's no Binding of Isaac. I don't know. I don't know. Loop Hero. Loop Hero. I have never heard of this. It's Game Maker studio game by Devolver Digital Publishing and Four Quarters Devs. What up, Jedum? How you doing? What do we have here? We have a whole bunch of Nunya. Wouldn't have gotten there. Yeah, I've never heard of this. Apparently, it's a very positively reviewed game. I know the game was not in mine at all. Looks interesting. Looks interesting. Perfect answer. I know, right, Jedum? How's things? Things are good. Things are good. We're doing just some input remapping stuff at the moment. Getting all of this configured and working how we want. Need to figure out if the input event key is a valid input key, so that we're not trying to set inputs to like page up or F5 or caps lock or any of that. Your stream is a rave? You know it. You know it. I always rave and go on about everything. But what do we do with this now? What's going on, David? Good aft to you as well. Hypno does not participate in the rave. He is the rave. Can't you tell? Can you not tell? Speaking of inputs, for each mode of game, or for each mode of my game, which you've seen at the convention, there is a short board that can reveal active possible inputs. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just gonna have the settings panel for it. Let's have a look at Godot's input event key. David hitting a 10 stream streak. 10 out of 10 streams, you know it. And you know those big rave festivals with 3D animations that are half terrifying? I could see you up there. Clearly you haven't been to enough. Because I have been up there. DJ mode has one, and fighting mode has one, shooting mode has one. Jeepers. That sounds like a lot. So we got key label and key code, as well as physical key code and Unicode. The key Unicode character code, when relevant, shifted by modifier keys. Physical key code represents the physical location which corresponds to one of the constants. Latin label printed on the key in the current keyboard layout, which responds to the key to one of the key constants. And Q is key code, and that is the key label. Now it says in the current keyboard layout. And then the key label. So the key code is the Latin. And the key label is the actual. So I think what we need to do. So we can do a get key code string. Get key code string, event key code. And what we want is we want a regex. For example, a regex of that would find any string that is followed by any number from 0 to 9. Okay. Regex new. Regex compile. I'm gonna have to move this into something a bit more. Do that, or roll shift, maybe. Let's print out so if we do this, okay, so shift, control, alt. Okay, there we go. Go regex. Ready. There we are. And then we do regex Searches the text of the compiled pattern, returns a regex match container of the first matching result if found, otherwise null. So if we search key code string, not null, let's see. So I think I know why that's happening. Let's go 1 in there. All right. Whoa, shadows. I know, right? So many shadows. Now, I want space to be null. Let's see. Alpha num regex and meta regex. Control Shift. Go meta regex. Compile. Control Alt Shift. We can do if key code string length is 1 and alpha num regex search key code string not null, return true. Otherwise, want to go return meta regex. Do that. And meta regex search key code string. Now let's see if that works. Okay, so it does say object null for the second one, which is good. So that's good. So that'll work. Alright. Perfect. Perfect. Our input remapping is detecting what we want. Love it. I need to do some more work on the lighting, actually. Because I feel like in here... Actually, let me... Why don't you turn on the light anymore? Huh. I need to fix that. Light's not turning on inside store. What broke that? G'day, Pepper. How you doing? I have no idea what broke that. Oh, also, I completely forgot about Jedham's shout out. Don't ask me what I'm doing there. Mind has gone. I gotta tell you, I am feeling the, it's not jet lag, it's... How to describe it? How to describe it? It's not jet lag, it's just like exhaustion. You know? It's being upside down again, I get it. You know. You know. When you know, you know. That's all. Alright, so now that we've got that set up, so it's only going to be... I can actually get rid of that. It's only going to be alphanumeric keys, Control, Alt, and Shift that you can remap stuff to. You're not going to be able to remap stuff to like backspace or insert or your media keys. I should also check get key code string event key code. Actually, let me just do key code string there. Left, right, down, up. Okay. There we are. Beautiful. Remapped Donkey Kong bongos. Just allow them to play the game using an old school Rock Band or Guitar Hero guitar. I'm sure someone has something that remaps those inputs already. If they really wanted to, they could hook that up using a plugin or something. I could see that being the case. I'm pretty sure I've even seen YouTube videos of people doing that. Speedrunners often play Dark Souls with Donkey Kong bongos or Guitar Hero guitars. Some middlewares for that. Yeah, exactly. Okay. That's all we need. Alright, and now that that's done, I can do that one now. Yay! I'm up to date with my shoutouts. I'm gonna hope that tonight we can get the auto shoutout stuff working. And the updating of the stream title working automatically. Because that's just gonna be so much easier. Okay. Okay. Let's pop under here. Shout, get outs. You know it. PlayStation is your controller standard, and mine is Nintendo. So I'm not supporting Nintendo stuff. Like I'm not going to release this on the Switch or anything like that, so I see no point in supporting Nintendo controllers. So I have keyboard, mouse, PlayStation, and then other, because the Xbox layout is used on basically every other controller that's not PlayStation. You look at you look at the Steam Deck. It's got A, B, X, Y. Yeah. So yeah. Steam Deck, Xbox, all that stuff is A, B, X, Y. I mainly use Nintendo as standard because the non-alphabetical button names. The non-alphabetical button names. Huh? GitHub's down. I guess can't work today. Really? We have identified the likely cause of the incident and are working on a fix. We'll provide another update as we get closer to deploying a fix. See, webhooks and code space. Oh, sorry, Git operations and code spaces. So this here is one reason why I'm moving everything off of GitHub. Because GitHub is now owned by Microsoft, and Microsoft is just breaking everything with their AI code. So I'm going to move all of my stuff into my own private server with my own Git setup, and not let Microsoft just cause GitHub to come down, preventing me from doing stuff for a day. You know? It's like Microsoft is actively working to no longer be a company. Like, their new mission statement appears to be go out of business as fast as possible. How quickly can we ruin everything that we've built. Smart move, yeah. I set up a Git server in my NAS. I need to configure my stuff to go to both locations. See, I do it differently. I have my remote Git server, which I push everything to. And then at the end of every day, I copy my projects onto my NAS. Not as a Git or anything like that. Just a folder that has my projects on it. So I'll add them all into their own zip folder, shoot it off onto my NAS. Like, done. Don't need to worry about having it as a Git or anything. Use Synology NAS 2. Which model is that? I don't think it's a Synology. I think I'm using one of these. I think I'm using this one. Yeah, I think I'm just using this one. QNAP 2 bay diskless. I do need to upgrade it though. One thing I'm thinking about doing. I'm thinking about upgrading to a 4 bay. Where are we? I want to get a 4 bay NAS. So like, just something like this. But it's hard to find a good 4 bay NAS that isn't gonna cost me like $800. It's very frustrating. So like there's that one. This is a 4 bay. There's that one that's a 4 bay. Like, I don't know why this one's so cheap though. What up, Millsy? G'day, Mert. NAS are too expensive. I hate it. Yeah. I am thinking on Black Friday, you might get a decent base NAS. Drives will cost more. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I'll leave that there. Black Friday deals. No. Oh my god, Temptic. What is going on? I still don't have a custom shout out for you, Temptic. We need to fix that. We need to fix that. How are you doing, Temptic? I'm just looking at some NAS stuff. It's an auto raid indeed. Jedem, what's going on? Conrad, what's going on? Utterly raid for you gidunts. You know it, Kuko. I came at the right time. I bought a pie kit and 3D printed enclosure for mine, so I'm cheap. Nice. Nice. I guess I can close that tab then. Do it, Hadouken. Nasty. You're so nasty. Get it? Get it? But yeah, I'm looking at getting like a 4 bay NAS. And then getting like a NAS, like getting like 12 terabyte drives, you know, and then just have like 12 terabyte drives in a RAID series, you know, the S925 Plus. But how much does it cost? This thing for $1,040. Mezzo uses a NAS, for example, to store their gaming assets for the game, etc. Yep. And NAS stands for Network Access Storage. So it's storage that you access over your network from multiple PCs. So I can upload my work to it and have it off of my machine. So if my drive dies, I've still got it on my NAS. And then I also have my private Git server, which I have as like secondary. So if all the electronics in my house go out, I've still got my Git repos on a server hosted elsewhere that I can still get things back from. Multiple points of multiple points of recovery. Yeah. But what were you doing, Team Tick? What? How much cheaper is it compared to these NASs? Not really, because you need to access it to a printer, and there's a filament cost. That's true. Usual game dev. Nice. I always thought about getting a Pi 5 over a NAS, but I think it's not too smart now. So the only issue with like getting a Pi 5 over a NAS is the amount of storage you will have access to. So when it comes to a Raspberry Pi, those have SD cards. And those micro SD cards that you use for storage are more volatile to store data on than a hard drive. You can use NVMe disks to attach to it, yes, but then you've got to pay for something. You've got to pay for like a Raspberry Pi hat. Like you got to pay for a hat that goes on top of it so you can connect 4 different drives to it. Yeah, and then at that point, you may as well just buy a NAS. And then buy those 4 hard drives. You know? One of my friends added a hard drive somehow, but yeah, it may be an attachment. Yeah, it'll be a... we go Raspberry Pi. Operating system and storage. Come on, where's the hats? So there's this one here, which is a single hat on top of your Raspberry Pi 5 that has like one NVMe slot on it, and that's $70. You get this one without the NVMe drive, it's $20, but that's only one, so you would need multiple of these in a series. So you would need 4 of these, setting you back about $85. And then you've got to get these NVMe storage, which if you're going for a NAS, you're gonna want more than 512 gigabytes of storage. You're gonna be wanting 4 terabytes or something per drive. So, yeah. Not sure what proper true NAS units go for these days. True NAS is a pretty big cost. Pretty sure. Well, these are all books. Because, like, this thing here, this is just the operating system, like, just the thing that runs on it. But, like, these things here are just expensive. Like, this thing here starting at 1,800 USD. I'm using 3-ish terabytes on my PC and I don't have anything valuable. That's fair. That's fair. Could also connect SSD via USB. Yeah, but you don't want to... Like, the point of a NAS is for it to be stable. You know? So that's why you go for... Like, that's why when you look at NAS drives, if we have a look at, have a look under here. If we have a look at the actual drives, you'll notice a lot of them are still like full HDDs. I think there was a Temptic RAID. There was a Temptic RAID XF. There was indeed. How you doing, XF? But what was that week? So, oh, yes. Yes. Sorry, Mert. Sorry, I missed that. I got very caught up in the conversation here. So my weak source is 35,000 Scoville. Have a good night, Temptic. Thanks for the raid. That is way more source than I was wanting. You can probably see it just pooling on top of the cracker there. Thank you. Whew. All right. But yeah, like a lot of NAS storage is still HDDs and not NVMEs or anything like that. Now, you can use NVMEs for it and such, but the reason why you go a HDD is because if you lose, like, your NVMe is susceptible to power issues. Yeah, if you use NVMEs and such. HDDs are more reliable in their storage. Yeah. So if you set up a Raspberry Pi with NVMEs that are connected via USB, that is a lot less secure, a lot less safe for a NAS than just buying one of these devices and buying a proper NAS HDD. So yeah, like I would probably get like a 4-bay kit like this thing. like a 4-bay NAS like this, and then get 4 of these 8TB drives. And then I'd set it up inside like a RAID 10 or a RAID 6 or something. Base NAS units, no drives, can be cheap. The drives you get over time. Yeah, exactly. Like, I've already got 2 2TB, I think. 2 2TB Iron Wolf drives in my current NAS. But yeah, it's only a 2-bay NAS, and I want to kind of upgrade that stuff and have things a bit more stable and reliable, because then I can record and store more video if I do that as well. 2 servers and multiple boxes of disks, all NVMEs. Anyway, what we're doing is we're remapping inputs today. How fun is that? If you don't want to feed a cloud like G Drive permanently, you can use a NAS. It is accessible from other places on Earth as well. You don't want to make your home NAS accessible publicly unless you're setting everything up properly, because then you're just giving people access to your public network, to your private network. So, yeah. But yes, we're setting up the UI for remapping inputs. I haven't tested any of this input remapping code that we've done. I'm just kind of hoping that it works. Do not fear, expose the NAS to the interwebs. What up, Mike and Hill? How are you doing? Who else do we have? Is there anyone else that I need to be shouting out that I've missed? I don't think so. Oh, actually, yes, there is. Yes, there is. Conrad. How can I forget Conrad? I forgot it earlier. Let's see. Getting ready to drop dead weight from my English group project. They are about to fail the class, and it's going to be all thanks to me. So, have you done the entire piece of work? Have you done the entire piece of work, and now you're basically gone up to the teacher and you're like, "Hey, I've done all of this. Can I do this on my own?" And they can suffer. Wait. I am a human male. Remind me later. Blender Foundation, the online developer, Blender 5.0. Woo! Woo! Blender 5.0, good news across the board. For me, biggest change is probably the full support for ACES pipelines, improved color management, HDR capabilities. For others, might be the new volumes, SDF nodes, geometry nodes. Storytellers will appreciate the new storyboarding template. If you're further along your project, perhaps a new array of scatters and surface modifiers, modeling, UV sync, animation, rigging improvements. Jesus Christ. Take a breath. Take a breath. Unify has 4-bay NAS as well. Ooh, nice. Professor wouldn't allow that. I have to give ample warning time so that they can maybe get something turned in. But that would have been hilarious. You could also loop their shader graph. Ooh. You know what's great about this? You know what's absolutely fantastic about this? What is absolutely fantastic about this is that it's more stuff that I don't understand. I have no idea what the difference is between Linear Rec 2020 and Linear Rec 709. Multiple scattering, single scattering. That looks pretty nice. Damn. Sky texture. Very nice. Radial tiling. Now that's cool. Radial tiling is very cool. Multi-resolution baking. Baking from meshes that use multi-resolution modifier has been greatly improved. Nice. Biased, unbiased. Subsurface scattering. Okay. Adaptive subdivision is no longer an experimental feature. Ooh. Okay. Radial tiling only takes you 5 lines of code in Godot. Yeah, but we're talking about Blender. Eve. Nice, nice. It's even faster. Better matte caps. New demo files updated and asset bundles by the community. Human Base Mesh's asset bundle has been updated with a new fully realistic skeleton asset. Fair enough. A little blurry. Without motion blur, with motion blur. So with your grease pencil, you can add motion blur. Nice. Sharp corners ahead with grease pencil. Nice. Go full circle. Previous versions. Okay. Yeah, it did that. Now it's... Yep. Very nice. Sequencer overhaul. Blender 5.0 brings unprecedented integration of the video sequencer across areas. Okay. That'll be cool. Just note file changes aren't very backwards compatible, so keep a portable version of your backups if you're worried. I mean, I'm probably not going to upgrade yet. Just because it only just got released. So I'm going to let other people use it for a while and get a lot of the bugs fixed. And then I'll upgrade somewhere around about 5.1. Yeah. I never like to go straight into the first version of a new major version. What am I? Chicken? Yes. Yes, I am, Mongolo. Do you have a problem with that? Now the question is, Mongolo, am I actually a chicken? Because would a chicken admit to being a chicken? Get away with this guy. He uses art. He's afraid to update Blender. Bars in the title bar now show the tilde slash for home. Support for the cursor shape protocol under Wayland. Nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Maybe Lafadukanen. I mean, I will say this, if I wasn't currently working on a game that required me to use Blender to do some modeling of stuff, I would probably update straight away. But because I'm using Blender at the moment to model bits and pieces for my game, I don't really want to update because it could break that stuff. Anyone know why Butler is the keep mentioning with the itch.io API? What? The next Pac-Man SYU will get you there. I don't do those without validating what's being updated first. Yeah. I think it was about 3 days ago or 2 days ago I did my last SYU. Icon path.
Who the hell put freaky asbestos in my kinetic sand? I think it was some kind of sand.
You think some kind of sand put freaky asbestos in your kinetic sand? Interesting. What the hell? What the hell it is? Never seen Butler mentioned anywhere else. Keep mentioning it with the itch.io API. Right. Not Butler. Butler. Butler is a small command line tool that lets you upload builds of your game quickly and reliably to itch.io, generate patches and apply them offline, run a few other utility commands when someone refers to the itch.io command line tools. They're talking about Butler. Okay. So it's just a command line tool. I don't think I'm going to install it. But, you know. Alright. Let's try this again. Jenkins to build, and Butler to send it to wherever, not just itch. Isn't Jenkins already a Butler? If that's not a Butler, I don't. Come on. I was thinking it was different. I never used the stuff. That's fair. Maybe it is a butler. 1 tea, please, Mungo. 1 tea. We don't need to be using that kind of language here. He definitely bottles. You know it. How you doing, Labiricorn? I heard someone trying to pronounce your name yesterday, and I was like, am I getting it wrong? Alright, give me a game, chat, because we've got ads hidden. Or did ads just pass? I don't know. One of the two. I think ads just finished. No, wait, there's the ads. God damn it. Yeah, damn, name that one. Let's see, is there any... Oh, Butterfly Soup it is. Alright, it's a game before 2017. It's not a text game. Is it Fez? Oh, snap. A side view platform puzzle indie adventure game that can have multiplayer. Can have multiplayer. I wonder if that's gonna be Super Meat Boy. No, it's before 2010. Hydrate? What's going on, Ginger? How have you been? Ah, tasty. Tasty, tasty. Okay. I have no idea what game this is. You been good? Good to hear. If we go... It's a side view multiplayer game before 2010. What? Worms. No, because that's not a puzzle platformer. Lemmings. Okay, so it's not Lemmings. We know it's a fantasy game, though. Any ideas, chat? Any at all? Because... if I go lurk, I always find my stream at Hypnos. Looks like streamers know who to raid. You know it. You know it. Lost Vikings. Not quite, but it is single player multiplayer co-op. It's a action fantasy game. Good old action fantasy. What if... Well, I've Lost Vikings on SNES. That's a pretty good game. Pretty good. Altered Beast. I mean, I think it's on PC these days, isn't it? I feel Altered Beast was... I don't... No, because Altered Beast isn't a platformer puzzle or anything like that. It'd be a fighting type thing, I reckon. Labricorn is how I pronounce it, but I'm good as long as I get noticed. It's a portmanteau of Labyrinth Studio and Unicorn Conservatory. Nice. What is this? This is Gamedal, Magic Buddha. We've just finished ads on the Twitch side, so we're wrapping up our ad break activities and then getting back into our game devingness. Come on, Conrad, what is it? Sounds like lady parts, but Send the email to the dead weight. Time to watch their university lives crumble around them as they actually start showing up to class to avoid failing by 5 points. Nice. Nice. I want to go for something more along the lines of... Yeah, it's co-op. And it's on PC, so it's not going to be anything Nintendo-based. Oh my god. So you're like a game dev, you know it. You know it. I'm like a game dev because I'm not a game dev. There were no side view PC games in 94 to 2009. Ooh. If it's... Oh, they don't have Dig It. Boo! I'm just gonna start guessing some stuff. I go like Duke Nukem 2. That was 93? Duke Nukem 2 was 93. A puzzle platformer fantasy. Wait, I think Terraria was like 2007 or some shit. No, 2011. 2011. I'm a dev, but I'm more a generic dev than anything. There is no lurid land. Yeah, Terraria is on everything. Might and Magic considered a puzzle game? I think that would be more of an RPG. Prince of Persia? Oh, Prince of Persia. It's not a Prince of Persia game. I don't know. I'm just going to go for Altered Beast. It's Trine. Trine. We were thinking way too old. We were thinking way too old. Because it was up to 2009. Trine always gets me. I didn't know Trine was multiplayer. Yeah. Alright, fair enough. We said that last time. I know. And I'll say it again. I'm gonna remember that Trine is side view and 2009 and by Nobilis and Frozen Byte. I'm gonna remember that for the next 5 minutes until my brain fails to store it in long-term memory. No, you won't. You know it. You know it, gamer. Again, one I dismissed. Game starting to get way too old, but still filed as newish. I would never have guessed Terraria released in 2011. Yeah, people think Terraria was like a 2017 kind of thing. If you make a song, you will remember it. That's true. That's true. Oh my god, Connexus! How the bloody hell are ya? What's going on? That's right. I need to deal with stuff there. What up, 8-bits? How you doing? Connexus, do you want a custom shout out? Because I can set one up for you. Had a short stream today where my goal was to add a toolbar that syncs with my first 10 inventory slots, and it worked great. Nice. Good to hear. Great to hear. I think what I need to do here, if I have a look over here, so we've got this, but that's checking. I need to do something like this. Alright. Wouldn't mind a custom shout out. Gotta run, pick up the kids from school right now though. No worries, Connexus. Let me know what you want it to be when you get back. Just chilling and watching Connexus, working on inventory system. What are you working on today? Input remapping. That's what we're doing, 8-bits. Give me 2 seconds. Home bed means home taste. Yeah. I would agree, but at the same time, no. Black hole 5,000. Leave them there. Leave the kids at school.
Where is my black hole?
I don't know. And I don't think that's the kind of question you should be asking in Twitch chat. The black hole is just used to throw your points away. In a universe far, far away. That implies universes exist in the same space, just at a distance apart, and that they never expand to a point where they overlap.
Light mode in the black hole. There was an animation before.
There was in our old overlay. I haven't created a black hole for the new overlay yet. Anyway, there's the hot sauce. Oh, I'm already feeling it and I haven't even had it yet. Ow.
How many Scoville units is the hot sauce?
105,000. Ooh, that's tickling. It's tickling the tongue. Ooh. How do I do this?
Weak sauce,
Action
please.
get events. The weak sauce is easy. Oh, fucking.
Medium sauce now.
I know. Shut up.
Yeah, I feel my wrath at the back hole.
Alright. Here goes one. Ooh. Ooh. Here's the other. Ooh. Thank you for the follow.
It's hot now.
Much appreciated. Makes the hot sauce worth it. Ah. You're a good dunt because you followed. Tell people. Someone else fill in on the details. Oh my god. I don't need assistance with 3D. What I need assistance with is hot sauce. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's forward for the disembodied hologram head. I don't know anything about hot sauce. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's fine. So, the medium sauce isn't what's doing this to me. I had to do a hot sauce before the medium sauce and the weak sauce. That's what's doing this. The hot sauce is just destroying everything. Ooh. Well, the problem is Escamina. They're equally as bad. Because either way, I have to do all of the hot sauces every day. Or I don't sleep in my own bed every day. So both of them are terrible. I never cheat, Mike. I never cheat. The problem is, the main problem, is I haven't had these sauces in over a week. So I've lost some of my tolerance to them. There we go. We need to wait 2 weeks every time before redeeming again. Noted. I agree with that, Escamina. I 100% agree with that. That might actually get me in trouble. That's fair. No. Nothing like that, Escamina. Oh my god. How is it still burning? Jesus Christ. Filter. How can we sleep while Hypnotic's throat is burning? It's not the throat that's burning. It's the tongue. Oh. This needs to do a match of input device manager, input device, input device manager, input device, keyboard, return E is input event key, or E is input event mouse. Input device manager, input device. Otherwise, return E is input event joypad button, or E is input event joypad motion. Perfect. Ooh, so apparently Hytale was returned to the original owner and is expected to actually release soon. I do like that, because they put a lot of work into Hytale. A new and exciting chapter for Hytale begins today. We are thrilled to announce that we have acquired Hytale from Riot Games. While it didn't make sense for them to continue developing it in its existing form, they ultimately wanted what's best for players, and that's for us to eventually play a revised version of the game. We are grateful to Riot Games for making this possible. Over the past few weeks, we have hired more than 30 developers who know this game inside and out, and with additional returns expected in coming days. Together, we're going back to the original version for Hytale. We are fully independent and personally committed to funding Hytale for the next 10 years. Early access announced in the coming days. Windows at launch, Linux Mac be attempted, other platforms much later. Pricing, details in the coming days. Expect bugs, rough edges, unbalanced content, blah, blah, blah. That's fair. Very nice. Very nice indeed. If throat is burning when eating chili, one should visit the doctor for some antibiotics or antifungal, or install McAfee. That's true. That's true. Very, very true. Yeah, your throat shouldn't be burning when you have chili. It should just be like the mouth, tongue, gums type thing. Event size is 0. Return. Otherwise, we go icon path. We'll go helper. No, format. Get input icon path. Events front. And if file access file exists, icon path, then we want to do icon texture equals load icon path. Ooh, actually, we also need to set up input device manager, input device. Nah, I don't need to do that. What we can do is go input device manager, input device changed, connect to setup. But the problem is that this is going to be emitted with nothing. Never mind. Never mind. So by doing that, the ventilation person, the house owner of our current place, has still not installed vent to the toilet door for replacement air after over a quarter of a year waiting. Damn. I'm now modeling vent to print out and pondering to make whole myself. I think that's one thing about Australia's rental stuff is I'm allowed to make modifications to the rental that I'm in, provided that when I leave the rental, I return everything to how it was before I left, before I made changes. So that involves, like, or that includes like putting stuff on the walls. So if I want to hang stuff on the walls and I need to like put a hole in the wall for it, I'm allowed to do that, provided when I leave, I take that down, take out the hook or whatever I put in the wall, and I patch that up. You know? And that it looks like it did when I first came in. You know? So, yeah. Yeah. You can also just ping them and say, hey, I'm 3D printing a vent for this door. Are you okay with me putting a hole in the door so that I can add it, like put it in there? You know? 18 minutes? 18 minutes until what? 18 minutes until school? That's right, Queensland doesn't do daylight savings, does it? Damn Queenslanders. Weird pedants. What do we do? It's not what you did, it's what you didn't do. We need to set up the main menu. Oh, the settings, actually. I'm going to set this up so that control settings. Okay. Actually. I should probably make sure. No, that's fine. We're all good. Apparently, not. Input mapping 11. Text with value of nil. Oh, yeah. Invalid assignment of property or key texture with a value of type compressed texture 2D on a base object of type button. Oh, because yeah, that's not a... You're not a texture 2D, you're a button. And this is actually supposed to be icon. Okay. Let's see. See what happens when I plug in this. Okay, so it's updated most of it. Well, it's updated about 50% of it. Current vent design takes 780 grams of ABS and takes 1 day and 16 hours print. God damn. How big is this vent? It's huge. Now what's it complaining about? Settings changed on a base object of type. VBox container. Yep. I know why. Attach a script there. you up. Here you go. Return false. I always get confused. How far is around the corner technically for Australia? Anywhere from 1 meter to 1,400 kilometers. That's the range that just around the corner is. 23 centimeter diameter circle on the through door part, and door is 3.9 centimeters thick, and there is 0.5 centimeter poking out from both sides. Okay, so it's 4.9 centimeters deep, 23 centimeters diameter. Other side of print got 1 centimeter rim, keeping it not flop through. Yeah. Okay. I thought it would be a bit smaller, maybe like 1 or 2 kilometers max. I mean, that's typically how, like, that's typically the max length, yes. But well, that's the average that people use for just around the corner in Australia. 1 to 2 kilometers. But the maximum you can go in Australia is 1,400 for just around the corner. So keep that in mind. If an Australian tells you, oh yeah, it's just around the corner, you may be driving for 2 days. Okay. 2 kilometer air vent is pretty big. Nah. We have an air vent that connects Australia to New Zealand so that we can get New Zealand air in Australia. Yep. Oh, what up, Irad? I don't have a custom shout out for you, Irad. What is your custom shout out going to be? I am back in Australand. Yep. Australand indeed. You want your custom shout out to be custom shout out. Is that what you're saying? Dunno. It could be anything. Let's see. There's one we haven't done. Like, for example, that's Cavino's. So you can come up with something like that. Have a good one, Goose. Enjoy school. Okay, so Why is this not? God damn it. Okay. So for some reason, Interact 4 and 5 aren't showing up. And the walks aren't showing up. There we go. I think that's going to be a good layout there. So you have walking, interactions, you run, you collect bobble, you toggle tablet, you bobblehead. And this one doesn't have anything. What's the action name for that? Oh, bobbles. That's what it is. Okay. There we go. So. You won't believe what happens when you check out iRad's Twitch stream. Okay. Let me copy this. Game development secrets so good, even the video games industry is shook. Alright. Alright. There we go. Alignment is off on the bobble button. See, it's off because this is too long. Yeah. So what we need, these need to fill. Yeah, and now they're lined up. But I don't... Yeah, it's just because this text was longer and it was like pushing it over a little bit more. I am thinking about dropping this down from 1400 to 1200. Then bumping it to 360. Just so that, like, keep these as close to inline as possible. Yeah? So it's not like going... It's not like coming out to here and out to here sort of thing, but it's like... It's within range. So, I like that. I like that layout. That's the other thing that I might want to do. Icon normal color. Yeah, I like that. I like that. And then we do that. It changes to these. These ones here we need to adjust. Go print debug. Icon path. Joypad motion on axis 1, 0. 1, 1, 0, 0, 4, 5. So these ones here, so what we need to do not under here. So I need something that also appends. Where was I doing it? There was somewhere where I was saying, hey, if it's an input axis, check if it's positive or negative. Oh, that's right. I got rid of it. Let's go if event is input event joypad motion and event axis is less than 3. No, less than 2. So it's 0 or 1. What we want to do is go event text plus equal that if event what was it? Event as input event joypad motion. It's not axis value. That's it. Axis value. Less than 0. Else hell yeah. Hell yes. That's what you want to see. That there is what you want to see. Right there. Right there. That's what you want. Perfect. And now we need this Q and R to correct. So what's Q and R supposed to be? Joypad axis 4 and 5. So joypad axis 4 and 5 would be... joypad motion on axis 4 plus. On axis 5. Okay. Okay. Damn it. Why is it still not there? Joypad motion on axis 4. Joypad motion on axis 5. Joypad motion on axis 4. Oh, of course, because I updated it for PlayStation, but I didn't update it for Xbox. There we go. Good shit. Good shit. I like it. Now, the only problem is... it's like, I can do this with keyboard, where I'm just pressing up and down. And then... yeah. Left and right. But on controller, none of it works. So something is catching the controller input and preventing it from... What's next? Why is it not moving in the UI? Nothing. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because of this. UI focus next is going to be... for anyone that uses controller, can you tell me, is the bumper used for navigating backwards and forwards, or is it the triggers that are used? Bumpers versus triggers. Bumpers for tab navigation? Cool. But both, honestly? Well, I'm sticking with bumpers, so... There we go. So now when we run this, we just okay. So I don't like that I pressed left and right at this level, and it goes to those. A lot of games have the UI showing one, but accept the other input as well. Now, personally would prefer bumpers. Me too. Yeah. I think the next thing to do will be to basically set this up to start like testing input. So we've got this. We can go icon, button up, connect. We go GUI input. Remapping. If not remapping, I don't want to accept the event. I think if I return, that should be fine. Let's do setup remapping. Input event, no, input device manager. Input remapped. Whatever it is that it's going to send up. Action. Yeah, string. Perfect. If remapped action is not action, this can just return. Actually, no, it's going to be. And that happens because the UI design philosophy on console that every button on the controller should always perform some action. There should never be a time where a button isn't mapped. See, I disagree with that. There's a button is always mapped to something, but it might just not be mapped to what you're doing at the moment. Because otherwise, like if you're in a dialogue where you've got a choice of responses, You've got your arrows that'll work, like your D-pad that'll work. You can have your left joystick move up and down between them as well. You can have A to accept, B to like exit dialogue or something. But you're not gonna have like... You're not gonna have X and Y really do anything in those scenarios. I do too, but it's a lazy way out. I mean, that's true. It's a lazy way out. Altered Beast is from 1988. Jesus. 2018 single-player side-view platform puzzle indie. What would this be? ...2018 single-player side view that isn't Celeste. It isn't a Little Nightmares. It's not Inside. It is made in Unity, though. It's a Unity side view single player. Digital Devolver. Nomada Studio. I don't know who Nomada Studio is. I heard the 1988, then ad struck, but yeah, I forgot it was an arcade game at first, right? Yeah. Altered Beast goes all the way back on like Commodore 64, the Amstrad, the old school arcades, the Amiga. Yeah. The ZX Spectrum. Gris? Hey, Gris! Nicely done. Well done, Hilden. Alright. So, single player after 2018. Is that Tunic? No, but it is 2022. Single player 2022. Non-isometrical side view. So this could be... Like, when was Resident Evil 8? Like Resident Evil Village. That was 2021. Okay, it's not a shooter. Not a shooter, not an indie, not a puzzle. So it's an RPG. Is that going to be like Elden? No, because Elden Ring has like multiplayer co-op aspect to it, doesn't it? Welcome back, all. So, single player 2022. What's a game from 2022? It is third person. Is RPG and adventure. And it's an open world. Open world RPG adventure. From 2022. That is single player. Does anyone have any clue? Because I can only think of like multiplayer games. I don't know. I was gonna put out a guess. Third person only. Not a Gears of War, not a God of War. It could be like Ragnarok or Ascension, right? Horizon Forbidden West. It is PS4, PS5, so it's a PlayStation exclusive by the looks of it. Yeah, Sony Computer Entertainment, Guerrilla Games Development. Who are Guerrilla Games? It's Horizon Forbidden West. There you go. You knew it, Hilden. You knew it. Jesus Christ. I don't know how you knew it. I was thinking all the Horizon games were on PC too. They are on PC too. Right? You can see how it's got like Windows, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. But it would have like released on PlayStation and then like 6 months later been on PC or something like that. Would be forbidden to release in the West. Okay, remapping true. Disconnect from that. If remapping, accept events. No. You're going to accept the event there. We're going to go put device manager. How do I tell the input device manager that I want to remap an action? Change input. Change input for action to events. And then from that, what we can do is go set up call deferred. So that's not... Let's see. Not this one. Let's see. Print debug. Set up remapping. Oh, hang on. Oh! Yep. Yep, I know what's happening. That's what we need. What up, Matt? What's your goal for today? We're getting the input remapping UI configured so that we can start getting all of our inputs remapped and allow players to customize the controls. I wish I had a multi-filament printer so I could print out ports from the stuff that just melts away when it sees water. What? When I was doing prints in my 500 by 500 by 500 printer and swapped some settings on the slicer, it took around 4 hours to slice flower pot I printed for my mother. It was epic though. I think it was like 600 megabytes of G code. It took 40 for a flower pot. Damn. Surely with the amount of power and the amount of filament that you use, it would just be cheaper to buy a flower pot for like $5. Invalid assignment of property or key text with value of type string on a base object of type nil. 94 input device manager. It had honeycomb interface shapes and took nearly 1 kilogram of filament. God damn it. God damn it. I don't think I've ever printed anything that large. I guess it could be for indoor use, and PLA is probably fine. Yep. You still want PLA stuff to be in a ventilated area. But totally waterproof. We set this up. Nero was complaining. On 94. It's invalid assignment of property or key text with a value of type string on a base object of type nil. Action events. It was line 96, wasn't it? '94. Okay. Is less than or equal to 1. Let's see. Alert pop-up 8. Texture button to a variable of type button. First long vase was not quite as lucky. Water seeped through the bottom, but I learned that and did some slicer setting editing. See, I've always been confused about the slicer setting stuff. I always generally just like leave it as whatever the defaults are. Cables get loose. Connectors. The mother to fill with water and flowers mainly. She likes it. She likes to pick some from nature and put in the kitchen. And do they grow their own flowers as well in their garden? You gotta do some repair too. The solder joints for the heated bed are flaky. Yeah, that's not good. Just gotta snip it, desolder it, and resolder a new section of wire. Good luck. Hey! Confirm remap action interact primary already uses left mouse button. Do you want to swap or replace it? Swap. You've been removed, but you haven't changed. So now you're back, but you're still C. That's what I need to change. That's why it's displaying it so weird. Because my localization has been altered. So there's this stuff here. Need to change interact 1, interact 2, interact 3. Go interact 4. Interact 5. Collect Bobble. Also got flowers in the garden. Okay. Action interact primary.
First.
Ooh, what up, CSLR? Hang on. Hang on. That's what it's supposed to do, CSLR. That's what it's supposed to do. When someone says something in chat for the first time that day, it's supposed to shout that person out. That's what it's supposed to. That's worked. But why has it only worked now for you? It's been broken since I set it up. That's the first time it's ever worked. It didn't work for Conrad. It hasn't worked for Cavino. It hasn't worked for Gamian or Buggy or Jedum or Temptic or anyone. I'm not going to say I have that kind of power. I don't get a custom shout out. I'm not a cool streamer. That's correct, Sammy. You know, you can fix that. You can correct that. Actually, Matt, do I have a custom shout out for you? I don't have a custom shout out for you, Matt. Tell me what you want your custom shout out to be. Is it because I triggered TTS? I'm wondering if that is the case. But it should just be listening for chat. As soon as it do work, you start questioning it so I can feel it. And see how it says true false? So remapping becomes true. You're false. So I think what I need I did some overhang fixing and print time and went to 2 days and 4 hours. That's still a long print time. I don't think I've got that kind of patience. Got me a custom shout out message. Connexus is likely here distracting themselves from working on their shopkeeper game. Tell that gadunt to get back to work. I like it. I love it. That's a good one. Four hours is pretty good. 2 days and 4 hours, Sizzler. 2 days and 4 hours. Luckily my printer in room that is far enough from sweep area. Yeah, I don't have a big enough place for that. Alright, there we go. It's added in. Get back to work, Connexus. You get done. Longest print I've done was about 24 hours. I get nervous going to bed and not being able to catch a print issue. Exactly. Printer's in a shed in the backyard. I do need to get back to work. Yeah, that's right. I knew it. I'm going to change this to be a texture rect. Deep aspect centered. You stop. I'm gonna have to put this inside a panel container. Or a panel, so that we can give it a border. You're just a texture. If not remapping, what I'm going to do is remapping true. If event is echo, return. That should work. It's great because I'm streaming, so I don't need to get back to work. Very nice. There's a 3D printer in the library, and a few people asked me why don't I just use it instead of having my own printer. Max print time allowed for the library printer is 1 hour. Yeah. Yeah, they don't want you taking up the entire day with it or something. Chatting and listening to myself draw? Nice. Okay, so got that set up. And then down here, we go accept event. Oops. Accept event. Even if it was the entire library day, I sometimes need multi-day prints. Yeah. What you do is you cut up your models and set them up so that you can like connect them together like Lego bricks and stuff. You know? And then you can use those for like you just like print out a 1 hour piece. And then after you've printed out all of the 1 hour pieces, you just clip them all together. Done. Done. Problem solving, Hilden. That's what we're helping you with. So, why is this... Like, it's got the return, and it's got the is echo. Print debug. Never says that it's an echo. If it's that, or event is not a released event. No, because then I'll let go. How is that not... Or input is action just pressed? Action. No. Lego piece prints take away more filament though. I have thought about it. Also, putting pieces together is not quite as strong as a solid one. Yeah, true. That's the main reason why I picked printers with larger print area. Very true. If you need the strength and whatnot of a solid print, then that's fair. That's fair. Don't know why this is... Why is this being this way? So the GUI event is definitely what we need. But I need a way of knowing if the event that's being triggered by the GUI input is the actual input that we want to change. I could do triggering event. If event is triggering event. As text or null value. Of course. Okay, cool. Interesting. So it's not detecting the arrows. I've had weird behavior with the arrow keys and input reading. Nah, it's because I'm... Like, there's up here where we're checking the key code. But that's only if it is a valid key code. And that's when we're doing this. So I don't actually... No, actually. I don't want this here. What I want to do is I want to take this stuff and put it in here. So we want to take those 11 lines, pop them under here. Or not is valid input key event. So that's what we want to do for that. I think that's what we want to do there. The object-derived class of argument 1 is not a subclass of the argument class. Ah, yep. Or event is input event key. And that. That's not quite what I want. I'm gonna go down here. Go if. Get rid of that. Do that. If event is released, triggering event is false. If triggering event is not null, and that, let's take these, oops. Let's take those and move them up here. Let's return out there. Triggering event becomes null. Okay. Cool. So that lets me do the left mouse button. Action run already uses shift. If the event what if we do if that and event is input event mouse button I need to set up another set of brackets for a moment as input event mouse button. button index equal to mouse button left. Let me get rid of all this. Oh, what up, Bok? That was Godot Fest. Godot Fest was good. It was very fun. Or event is input event E. Yeah, it was very, very fun. Had a lot of fun over there. Equals key enter. Or actually has event key code go key enter key space or event is input event joypad button and event as input event joypad button joy button 1, right? It'll just be that. It's just joy button A. I did make one Lego print that I hammered together to fix issues with my 3D printer. The K1 Max from Creality got issues with the filament tube, dragging on the glass roof while printing. So I printed out 4-piece snapped together roof extension that replaced the glass. Isn't that just a matter of like adjusting the... Like, can't you adjust how far down the extruder goes? And be like, hey, that your base, like your drop is like offset by this much. So that way when it goes to start printing, it like stops a millimeter higher. And then it's no longer dragging on the glass. Or are you talking about not a base? You're talking about the roof. Ah, the floor moves up and down. Okay, so yours, yeah, that works the other way. Okay. So you've got a printer where the floor goes up and then prints down. Like it moves down as it goes. And the extruder just moves around the top. Right. Right, I got ya. I'm with ya. Same wavelength, I think. Input event joy button. Corresponds to the bottom action button. Yeah, cool. So we do that. If remapping and one of those conditions, Okay. We can go tween. We can go tween, create tween. Actually, flash input. Flash input will do tween equals create tween. We go tween property for icon, modulate A towards fade in. This is going to be false. 0, 1.0 if fade in, else 0. And we want to do this over 0.3 seconds. Yeah, 0.3 seconds. That way it's like that sort of thing, where it's like almost to a second. Tween callback be flash input bind the opposite of fade in. We go if not remapping, return and we also want to do tween kill. Well, if tween is not null and tween is running, tween kill and icon modulate A 1. So, with a bit of luck under here, okay, so that's the one being edited. But if I do any GUI input like that, if event is input event mouse motion, or it's that and that, return now. Notice how that didn't pop up with confirmation at all. What was that? Action run. Why is that? What is wrong with that? Oh my god, it's a Calm Frantics. How are you doing, you fantastic Gedunticles? I don't have a custom shout out for you yet, Frantics. What do you want your custom shout out to be? Also, what were you doing today on stream? I'm just working on some like input remapping stuff. So, that's my nightmare at the moment. I'm still feeling a little bit run down from Godot Fest and all of the Munich shenanigans that we were doing. But, yeah. Create the animations of when buildings arrive on my comet. Ooh, nice. Nice. Been feeling unwell for a few weeks now. No, it's not. It's not feeling unwell. It's just like I'm exhausted because of the air travel. Like the air travel itself is shit. And now that I'm back, I'm just like, oh, it's good to be back, but something about air travel just takes it out of you. Yeah. And it's just a lack of energy, basically. Yeah. Ad coming in, let's snooze those. Must have been quite the shock to jump into rainy German weather from Australia. Here's the thing, Bok. When I left Australia, it was raining and cloudy. And then we landed in Munich, and it was raining and cloudy. So, wasn't much of a change. I really like that you're a floating head. Thank you, Luna. Do you also like the fact that I have hands? By the way, I have no idea what kind of custom intros you do. Let's give you an example of one. Who's online? Ryan's online. Here's an example of one. Yep. It can be whatever you want. Like, if you can't think of one, I can come up with one for you. His mustache is quite exquisite. I know, right? The mustache is fantastic. Fantastic. A lot of effort goes into maintaining this mustache. Bartender's choice. I didn't realize it went up so high. Yep. It's pretty big. Pretty big. I can't wear a hat. No more hats for me. Maybe I should get a hat, cut like 2 holes in it here, and then like have my mustache go like up through the hat. Yes, do it. Now, I do have some hats already that I could do that with. We need a cowboy hat. It's funny that you mention that, because I have a cowboy hat. So, a hat with cutouts. How exclusive, and it wouldn't work for anyone else. Exactly. But I can do it with more than just the cowboy hat. I've also got a top hat, so I can like do it to the top hat. I've got an Australian cork hat, so I can do it with that too. I could buy a sombrero, and I could do it to the sombrero as well. Like, there's a lot of hats that I could do this with. Coco! How you doing, you good dunce? Get steamed? Oh, I am already so steamed, Coco. Don't even get me started. Jiminy crepes, I am so steamed. What were you doing, Coco? What were you up to on this fine day? How goes dev work, by the way? It's going well. We're currently working on our input remapping. So getting this working so that you can remap stuff. So swap C and W. But for some reason, like, it's... See how they're now swapped there. But I need that to update after the switch. So, yeah. What up, Devable? How you doing? How's life treating ya? Trying to figure out menus and UI controls and all that. Seems like you're having the same fun as me. Let's see. Let's go. Icon. Modulate RGB.
My hovercraft is full of eels.
Damn straight it is. My hovercraft is full of eels. Excuse me. My hovercraft is full of eels. I've got ads coming in. It's treating me great. My Reddit post on my prototype got 4 comments. All with advice that I probably won't use though, but it's great. Nice. Very nice. I should make a Reddit post for my Bobble Shop Sim. Yeah. That's what we should do. Alright. Ads coming in.
If I said you had a nice body, would you hold it against me?
Please, sir, grab my knickers. I cannot wait till lunchtime. For anyone that doesn't know, what we're talking about is Monty Python Hungarian phrase book. Right. Talking about this. For anyone that doesn't know, that's the video we're talking about. I'm still unsure if I'm going to continue it, because I still don't know if it's a good concept. Might make 2 more prototypes before deciding. That's fair. Haven't seen Monty Python in so long. Yeah, we love Monty Python here. Monty Python's great. Hungarian phrase book is definitely a favourite among... Well, I mean, among David. It's not going to be this. It is a shooter. Okay, so we're looking at a third-person shooter. It's not open world. It's not sci-fi. So maybe Call of Duty. Alright, 2004 to 2018. Could be historical, but it's probably warfare. Adds to watch list. Thank you very much, Tickle the Pickle. Also, while everyone's going, why don't you wish list Bobble Shop Simulator? Huh? Yeah. Give it a wish list. Be a fantastic gedunt. Spec Ops The Line, you think? For third person? Holy shit. There you go. You crushed that, Bok. Damn. You went from being its third person shooter between 2004 and 2018 to going, yep, it's Spec Ops The Line. That's all. Like I don't already have it wishlisted, because you are a fantastic Gedunt Frantics. Yeah, Bok, I don't know how you got that, but Jesus, that was impressive. You know what? I got 30 seconds left on ads. Blimp. Doubt. Crane. And Shrug. Okay, so we know Bound in the bottom right. That's easy. Top, we've got Flirt. Bottom left, we've got Fiverr. I don't think it's Fiverr. Okay. No, I didn't think so. Okay. So it's not Fiverr, but it is Fixer. Now the top left, this one's gonna suck. What's going on, Rebel? How you doing? I don't really play military shooters at all. That's one of maybe 5 that I did play. Well, it's working out for you. Working out very well for you, Bok. What do we got here? So Salus, Slays, I don't know. Sally. Sally is a name. Sally is a name. Wordle is not supposed to have names. What BSery? I switched to Omarchy. I thought it was never going to touch Arch again. Heh. That's what you thought. What a foolish thought to have. I used it for a month, then did my own Hyperland setup. Pretty good intro to Arch, in my opinion. Omarchy is a good intro if you're not already someone that's using, like if you haven't already been using Linux for a while. even if it's your first time using Arch, but you've been using Linux for a while, you're comfortable with the command line and doing stuff yourself, so you don't really need Omarchy at that point. But yeah. But kidder. Is this dictionary for Sally? An action of rushing or bursting forth. A brief outbreak. Yeah. To leap out or burst forth suddenly. Oh, sorry. No. We're not talking about ye old English. All right. No one has used Sally in that way since the 1700s. So, no. It's nice to see how Hyperland works. Setting up Hyperland is wild if you've never used a setup version, in my opinion. Well, Hyperland comes set up already. Like, Hyperland's got a bunch of, like, it's got hotkeys predefined and stuff like that for you. Hyperland is wild if you've never used a tiling window manager before. So if you haven't used i3 or Sway or something like that, then yeah, Hyperland can be a bit strange. But yeah. I think that given my skills and the scope of the bomb game, I'll probably get it done in about 6 months. That means it'll take me 10 months. Yep. You gotta remember, the game itself will take you 6 months. And then you've also got to consider localization. So translations and converting sayings and things that don't translate properly. As well as UI work and saving and loading functionality. You know? That stuff will bump it out to 10 months. I've had the default Hyperland config. They have a commit that says, comment the line underneath to disable anime girl wallpaper. Yep. Recently switched from Waybar to Dank Shell. Really like the Dank Linux stuff. I love a Dank Linux. Silly Sally Sallied the Sullied. Yep. GUI input, so we do this, modulate the color to white. And then, yep, down here we can go icon, modulate, black. Let's see what happens there. That's too fast. Too fast. That'll work. Has anyone tried the potato type? What? Potato type? Thinking of getting a new ThinkPad. I'm currently stuck with T430, but I don't know what to look for. And I don't have crazy budget either, like $600. New ThinkPad for 600 US, I assume. Gotta bounce. Have a good one, Frantics. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Wait, prototype. Oh, right, not potato type. I was wondering if you meant prototype. Okay, so that's our issue, is it's not detecting the arrows. Print debug. key code string. Whoop, 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 whoop. It says left, so the regex should have matched that. Search. So it did match. Whoa. Canadian, not US. Just added all my inputs to activate specific toolbar slots. I've earned some slack off time in chat. Damn right, Connexus. Earlier, I was messing with a lot of AI models, and I wanted to get Grok to try and make a CLI in the stupidest language it could think of. It chose Malbolg. Oh god. ThinkPads aren't bad. You could certainly get better specs with some other brands like HP for the same budget. Yeah, HP sucks. It freaked out and started speaking in gibberish. Trying to refrain from playing the prototype myself because I want to see if it still seems promising after a little while, like 3 days maybe. Okay, so kind of like make the prototype go, all right, this game's interesting, this game's entertaining, and then leave it for a few days, come back to it, fresh perspective, you've taken some time, you've got fresh eyes looking at it, and then you go and play it and you're like, actually, on second thought, maybe not. That's actually a really smart idea. It's not a valid event. Oh, of course. Yeah, it's not. It is updating. But I need the UI to update straight away. Let's do a print debug. Icon path. Now it's going to set all of them up there, but if I click this one, I go left. That's how it said C. So I think what I need to do is set up a input device manager, input remapped, and we can go a function input remapped, remapped action. If action is not remapped action, return, otherwise we go setup. And then up here, I can get rid of that. Interesting. I can finally experience working at a bottle-o. Really? I mean, working at a bottle-o is fun. You get some interesting characters coming through, that's for sure. Obviously, Tickle the Pickle is just given away that they live in Australia. Trying to watch the trailer for the new Risk of Rain 2 DLC, and it was so laggy, I actually thought it was a slideshow. When this game comes out. This game will come out, I want to have a closed beta sometime in December. I want to have a demo release in February for Steam Next Fest. And then I want to have the full release somewhere around about May. Yeah. Yeah. Game comes out 2029. How difficult was it for you to implement saving loading? For me, it was more difficult than it should have been because I didn't think about saving and loading when I was setting up all of my data. Once I started looking at saving and loading, I went, okay, I need to restructure the data in my configs as well as where I'm putting stuff in the store. So that way I can save the data for all of my products, like pricing data specifically. And I can also save all of my, all of the nodes, like all of the furniture and the products on the shelves and such. I can save all of that stuff out. Save it in a JSON. I'm saving it as like the product data. So like the furniture and the products that have been instanced and such, those are all saved as a TSCN file. The data for the pricing and the bobbles that have been collected and such are all part of the, just like a JSON file sort of thing. How you doing, Travis? Now, Travis, I need a custom shout out for you. Something that mentions like what you're doing, maybe about Kohi Engine, you know? Is the camera playing tricks on me, or has your stash height exceeded that of your spectacles? It has exceeded that of my spectacles for a long time. Like it's, yeah. Very long time. About dingus-oriented programming? I mean, we can do that. We go, Travis Vroman, genius of dingus-oriented programming for Kohi Engine. You can have JSON data contained inside a resource file. You can, but there's no point. Stash is invisible when you watch it at 480p. It would be. Yep. Never noticed how high it went before. Yeah. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't notice until they study it. And then they're like, oh, actually, that actually goes pretty high. My favorite part, that was my favorite part of being in Munich, actually. The best thing about Munich was walking around the street with Cavino streaming and like Irad and Conrad and whatnot being there and Dino being there and stuff. The best part was random people coming up to me on the street being like, can I take a photo? It's like they just like take like a selfie with me. It was funny. That happened 3 times. And then there was a time when we went to a bar and the guy at the bar had like a mustache that curled up a little bit. Yeah. And he saw mine. He was like, Pulls out his phone. He's like, can we take a photo? Like, of course. I get a comment sometimes about my beard, but it's rare. Must happen all the time to you. Funnily enough, it doesn't. Like, it happened multiple times in Munich, but it hasn't really happened in Australia. It's like, I go do groceries or whatnot. Or like, I head into the city or something. Very rarely do people say anything to me. Just don't care. I'm like, oh, alright, sweet. I'm not growing this for attention at all. What's I doing? That's right. Icon path. PHP is the best language to program CLI tools. So we have an insane person in chat that doesn't know anything. Yep. I love PHP. Have you tried PHP for CLI? I think he means PCP. I think so. I mean, there is a library out there that uses OpenGL with PHP to make a renderer. Yuck. I mean, I'm sure there's a library out there that uses brainfuck with OpenGL to make a renderer. Like, doesn't mean brainfuck's good. I thought about writing one in COBOL for the lols. Bring back COBOL. Oh, that would be funny. That would be very, very funny. Malbolge on top. I was watching Jonas Tyrola video on how he play tests games, and he uses a site called GameAnalytics.com. He has tracks data from people's play tests and goes from there. I'll link the site if anyone's interested. You're talking about the site that you just linked? The only one platform powering smarter games. Turn data into insights with real-time analytics. Understand and take action on your player segments. Perform advanced analysis with pre-built data pipelines. Access in-depth advertising and app intelligence. What is the pricing? $29 a month US? No thanks. I don't have that kind of money. The video more specifically? Don't knock PHP for CLI until you've tried it. 500 a month? That's if you go like the huge expensive one. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think if like, why is this not? Nope, that was the wrong thing. PHPGL. I'm gonna deny that, Travis, because I don't want that. I'm not going to allow PHP OpenGL links in my chat. No. What are you trying to do? I have a feeling it's not getting down there. Ah, confirmed action is not set. Collect Bobble remapped. Is that hit there? I didn't say it was a good idea, just that it existed. I know. I know. Oops. See. That still says C. Still says keyboard C. Why? Why? Input remapped. Emit. Actually. Do that. Let me do that. All right. Just got told that somebody found my prototype super fun. I'm starting to see a lot of green flags here. Nice, nice. Now, the question is, Game Devable, are you colorblind in any way that could make you think they're green flags? I'm making a fetch program in PHP. I'm going to call it fetch with PH. God damn. Disgusting, Rebel. Disgusting. I'm gonna remember that next time someone talks about flags of any colour. I thought it was pretty good, Travis. I thought it was great. Feel free to use it wherever you want. Why you don't like it? Honestly, I've got nothing against PHP. I don't like things like WordPress and stuff that just make using PHP a nightmare. Go for it, Devable. Drop a link. Quit trying to make fetch happen. Quit trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen. Legacy PHP was awful. Correct. That's like most of my experience with PHP has been through WordPress. Even in university, they got us doing like WordPress stuff for web dev. And I hated it. Like, WordPress is shite. Excellent. It just says C for him. Action add event, confirm action, confirm event. I think I need this. Oops. So we get all events for the input type that we are looking for. Let's see. Now, it did say left. It does say keyboard left right there. Now that tells me down, left, right, up. Hell yes. Alright, there's some UI issues here where we can't escape and go back and all that kind of stuff. Sweet. That looks like a functional remapping of everything. Remapping UI working and updating UI HUD when an action is remapped. Need to test after fixing UI navigation issues. Bam. Sailing is releasing tomorrow on old school RuneScape. Afraid I might not get anything else done this month. Gotta roll. Have a good one, Travis. Thanks for stopping by. Much appreciated. Ow. That's been my job for a decade. I work at a marketing firm and it's all WordPress and sites designed in drag and drop builders. I'm just glad we're based on the ground floor, otherwise they'd need to add nets like they have at the Foxconn factories. Yeah. That's one reason why when I was doing web dev, I refused to take interviews for web dev agencies, like companies that just go out and be like, hey, we can build your website sort of thing. Because those companies always used WordPress or Wix or something stupid shit like that. And I was like, nah, not doing that. That's a nightmare. That would make me just hate everything. All right. I think I'm going to call it there because we're basically at our 5-hour mark and I've gotten all of that stuff done. The next things I need to do are things like fixing the UI navigation, which I think I have something here. I think. Bug with navigating UIs. So tonight we'll probably do some more 3D modeling. We'll see if we can get like Kurt Rail or Barbara McMotorboat done. Like get one of those done and then kind of go from there. The game is also in the Discord if anyone wants to check it out later. If you do, I'd want feedback. You can just DM me with it. Go for it, everyone. Play that game. Give your feedback. Let's make it an amazing game. So yeah, we'll make one of these bobbleheads tonight. And then we'll start doing some other UI bits and pieces. Maybe tinkering with the icons and stuff. See if we can get the icons a bit better. But yeah, that's looking good. It's looking very good. All right. Let's see. Where are we gonna go? Let's go to Wallaby. You know? I'm gonna have to refund that one. I'm sorry. I'll refund that one for you, Mike. There are the raid messages. I'm refunding all of these. I don't know why you're redeeming stuff. We're finishing. It's over. Hey. You're being weird. Reject it and refund. You know what? I'm not gonna reject these anymore. You're just wasting your own points now because I've told you we're finishing and you're still redeeming them. So, no, those points are just gone. Too bad. Good night, Sammy. I'll see you in the next stream. Hydrate's one I can do for you. Alright? There you go. Villain Dunk, Mike and Hill. Alright, see yous all in 5 hours time. Good night, you gidunts.